Yo, yo, yo. Let's get this show started. So, Yesterday, a lot of changes with the UI was made. Just cleaning it up a tiny bit by bit, getting it more like it should be in the end, like the end result. And I'm not entirely sure what we're gonna be doing today, but let's figure it out. Oh yeah, so yesterday the show info was also implemented. So when something is being focused by the playable entity that can show information, the option appears. And this is how it currently looks. Probably gonna fix that a tiny bit. Make it more readable, you know. Wonder if I might just want to go with... some black, like pure black material for it. Good morning, D Sabbath. How are you doing today? Yeah, let's start by getting this. Let's once again make this. Ooh, nice. Let's make this information panel a little bit more readable. So I'm thinking of just going with black text for it. I think the background itself is very nice, looks nice. Trying to open both eyes and starting to work. Pretty much the same here. I had a really hard time like getting my energy up today. Hopefully the tea will do its part. But yeah, I can relate. Okay, so let's just do... Now let's just copy this one. Resources. I want to keep Liberation Sans SDF, but we're gonna call it Liberation Sans Pure Black User Interface Material. Yeah. And then I think it is visual information. So we want to do something similar to this. Default material name. Default material. So yeah, this is default background material name. And okay, so set material, we want to rename this one set background material. Public void set text material. Let's do if something like that, and then we have set background material, visual information default background material, visual information set text material. What's up, Cypher? Good morning. How are you doing today? This Friday, because it's Friday, right? Yeah, it is. Default text material, although this is gonna fuck up the buttons. No, it's not. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Oh, nice to hear. I'm having a little bit of a hard time waking up again and getting pumped for the day, but the derivative is at least positive, so I'm getting there. Okay, so yeah, it's this one. Let's do color black, no outlines. Let's see how it looks. What the hell? Yeah, and Dev, your code is very long. Long in the horizontal direction, what do you mean? And good morning, by the way. Well, it's Friday, so let's partay. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm building the energy, you know. Visual information text. Why won't this let me... Like, I do change the material, right? Or is text objects null here? I don't see it. No, it can't be. This one works. Ah, never mind. Let's see. Awake should have been called here, but you never know. What's up, Soul River? Happy Friday indeed. How are you doing this Friday? Oops. Yeah. Okay. So what? Do we have set material? Set material. Set material. We do set the material, but it's like it resets. Had a similar problem with the buttons yesterday. Is it because it needs to be done? I want to, let's see here, text mesh pro setting material resets. I'm tired, but other than that I'm good. Yeah, same here, same here. Good morning, Love. How are you doing today, this Friday? I'm starting to get this Friday feeling. It's in the air. Okay, so what if we do have a mesh renderer here, so let's just try and set it there instead. So I guess I want to do, let's just try and do both things here. But not background object, but rather text object. Mesh renderer, set the material of the mesh renderer. Let's see if Text Mesh Pro resets it this time around. Nice to hear, nice to hear. Yeah, I'm good as well. A little bit tired, but warming up. Still doesn't work. This is crazy. It's annoying when something does set it, but you don't know what. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, we do have the material here. Is it the... Oh, yeah. What is the correct way to set material in for Text Mesh Pro? Correct way to set material. Text Mesh Pro. Yeah, but through code. Font shared material property. So text object dot font shared material is equal to material. Yeah, let's try it. Okay, good, that works. The text is displayed below the white panel, so let's change that real quick. So we want to go user interface, this one. 3001. Okay, let's see if we can make this be more readable and but still look good, I suppose. Let me just something like this. Face color pure black, no alpha. It's extremely thin, however. Dilate. Black text on white background, that should be visible, right? Why do I get the feeling that this is hard to read? We don't have outlines available, or do we? Oh, I'm tired. Let's see. A little bit worried that we don't get any change here. This one worked with these, right? Even though TM Pro was a huge upgrade to old Unity text component, that it was, the way it uses bitmap still makes font looks like ass. Yeah, I do agree. I wonder what... So like this is currently just a default sprite map. I don't even know what resolution it has, but I do agree with you. Sounds good, Cypher. Enjoyed that work. Probably 512. Yeah, looks like it. So, I think I know why this doesn't work as well. And this is a tiny bit annoying. And one of the drawbacks with using the TM Pro shader. Let's see. So this is the text one. So, I think that option is locked behind the custom editor. So I have to click it there. But I also want to remove this one because I want to be able to change default blur level and stuff like that. But now we should be able to fix the outline. But still, like, outline shouldn't be the problem, or... It's just incredibly thin. Let's go B. It's like the text is not that crisp. I wonder if that is a problem with the atlas. 1024 times 1024 is the actual resolution of it. could have thought making black text on semi-white background being so hard to make it look good? Oh, and that attributes shows twice, and that is the old problem with... Let's see here. Once again, we have two attribute handlers on this character 01 prefab, and this is very weird, especially since attribute handler disallow multiple components. How is this possible? What underlying mechanic is the cause of attribute handler duplication on my character? This is weird. Good morning, Geralt. How are you doing today? So even though I've made that component unique, I've searched the code for add attribute handler and we don't find any. It still adds it. Fuck, man. Extremely annoying. Okay, so one thing to do in visual information at least is to do set text, set font size. Let's do public void set font bold. Is using bold is get.set bold. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to check that. Can you display a line at the top of the output that shows the calling class? What exactly do you mean by that? Set font bold. Font style or something like that, right? Okay, we can always select between bold and normal. And let's bold be the default. So you know how when an exception gets thrown you can see a stack trace, something similar to that, so you can see the call chain to figure out where they are being displayed from. And I think you can do like this. If you just mark it, you can see, I think. I know there should be like some way to highlight it in the, maybe we must be running for it too. fucking blurry text. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to add that manually. This text looks so damn fussy. Extremely annoying. Is something, let's see here, I want to try. Am I screwing with how the text is shown in my shader? Maybe I should. Let's see here. STF outline. Maybe a tiny bit better. Let's see, Text Mesh Pro. Okay, so this one is not ordered by... and that's weird. Let's see here. Like, do we have anything better than mobile distance fill? Is this one better, for instance? Pretty much exactly the same. Okay, non-working material, at least for this type of object. Ooh. does it look so bad? So duplicating the resolution of the texture map, the atlas, would definitely improve it. I don't even know if I want what kind of font I want then yet. But yeah, let's see here. Let's go with this one again, or love this one. Sampling point size, auto sizing, padding 64, atlas resolution 4000. Why not? Okay, so this one won't work, but let's go with this one then. Yeah. I just want to make something that looks a little bit better than this for now. Let's see. Save it like this, maybe. High resolution. And let's take this material and do... Okay, first of all, let's try it with this default material. But I guess... fuck it, let's do... this one. D-Sabbath, who would have thought that in 2024 we're still struggling with bitmap resolutions instead of, you know, just using vectors. Yeah, it's insane. Does it exist, something like that? Unity, text, by vector graphics maybe. Unity, vector graphics, font displayer. It's crazy. Is it possible to use vectors rather than bitmap? It should be, but I'm like, you're probably gonna have it should be possible, I don't know. Nice vector graphics for Unity. Like in theory, vector graphics would always be preferable, I would say, but it's not. Just feels like it's not being used enough. Like imagine being able to zoom in indefinitely without it being pixelated. Insane. Okay, let's see if this looks better then, I suppose. Okay. Oh yeah, I want to do one more thing. I want to do this one, and we want to use this high resolution here. And something like that. That's not a very big difference, is it? E-Dragon, thank you so much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate it. Yeah, that is definitely an asset that would instantly make it to the top of the asset store. Like, I wonder... Yeah, good morning and thank you once again. I appreciate it. How are you doing today? I wonder, like, so... For some reason it doesn't exist, so why? Like I've always wondered why when we render object we always use textures for them, right? Why not vector graphics? I don't know. Maybe that's worth researching. Just because something is not there, that doesn't mean you can't do it. That, yeah, lead a charge indeed. Definitely gonna research it though. It's insane still relying on static sized images. Did I choose? Okay, so this one is, what is it? 4 times high resolution. But with more padding, I suppose. The result is not that much better, at least. I don't get it. Because vectors were CPU heavy when they were popular. Yeah, that's maybe it. Samsonite, what's up? How are you doing? If you could just embed HTML there showing an SVG would be no problem. That's true. But so like, I know that Unity has a vector graphics package, but this one, when I looked at it before, it was a while back, it was a huge disappointment because it's basically, it's just an SVG importer, so it's just a package within Unity that like transforms SVGs into PNGs. This is nice, but can I actually use this in the game, or is it used to just create textures? I don't know. Generic. Normally you just turn off MIP mapping on UI elements, though not sure how that would work with floating ones. Oh, we're talking mid to late DOS era or DOS era, okay. This is Nameless, what's up, what's up? I'm sure if someone would make vectors run on GPU, it would be a lot faster and actually practical again. It would be so damn practical. But the problem with vector is the higher resolution is the more computing power it takes. But that's pretty much the problem with textures as well, right? Nice to hear, Nameless. Same here, same here. Vectors are generally less performant because under the hood it essentially does real-time rasterization, but I have my doubts if it's an issue anymore with today's hardware. Yeah, so at some point it's going to do real-time rasterization either way, right? So the vectors, at some point, we're actually going to make it into pixels, so to speak. But yeah, anything to be able to avoid this. The problem with vector is the higher resolution. Okay, screen resolution. Okay. And modern resolutions are huge. Yes, indeed. Come on, I just want my text to look crisp, you know? Sad. Or is this actually an issue with fuck yeah. So this one actually fucks up the rendering of it. I'm stupid. Okay, this is way better. But then again, now the bitmap resolution is 4000 something. This is way better. But how is the aliasing now? Okay, thank you. This is way better. I had a bit of a like leftover setting of the camera, so okay, I'm feeling a bit stupid now. The problem still stands, but it's way better now. But then again, we're relying on a 4K texture. But this text is way clearer, right? Yeah, but now this is way better. Nameless, what's this game about? I have a video on my YouTube channel where I describe what it's about, but it's my take on Viva Pinata, shortly described as. So take care of a garden, make it habitable, and creatures will move into it and live there, and then you can take care of them. Let's see, Kulorski, of course someone could write whole new method of graphical calculus based on normal vector graphics. Yeah, like it feels like a lot of the graphical pipeline these days is like created around the use of textures. Nameless sounds fun. Yeah, I think so. Viva Pinata is still one of my best games, or most favorite games. Okay, so it was actually a leftover setting on the camera that screwed up my text, so this is much better. It's better, but still, you know. What the fuck? Why is this one? Oh yeah, this one uses the old one still, or does it? Oh, never mind, now the camera is back. Main camera, we need to remove this one when we're not in play mode. Okay, typical tired Friday morning. No one wants to reinvent the bicycle when there's working one already, yeah, and definitely when we have the quantum computers coming up, I guess. Okay, it's a little bit crisper at least. So now I wonder, do I want to make bold? This is good, right? And now I wonder. Yeah, this is actually with... This is way nicer. And look here. Oh no. Let's do this. Let's take the text and move it to here. Let's see if we have any difference. I'm one of those who loves to reinvent stuff. Engine programmer reinvented the wheel every week. Yeah. Okay. Good that we could make the text a little bit crisper by just disabling an old anti-aliasing technique. So what I want to do is visual information false. So this is a bit more readable. If we didn't have people reinventing the wheel, we wouldn't be chatting on a website. That's probably true. Still a tiny bit hard to read, I suppose, but... Gonna have to alter the outline shader a tiny bit to get rid of this aliasing here, but other than that it's fine. This reminds me about the super detail engine that someone worked on years ago, the one that rendered screen pixels based on models of high detail that are almost molecule size based vector data. Never figured out if the thing was real or not. Do sound interesting though. Been watching C++ game engine program on YouTube. He's been reinventing the wheel for many years and loves it. Yeah, no, I tried to do my own game engine way back when, and it was pretty fun. But sometimes, like, at some point you need to decide, do I want to make a game or do I want to make a game engine? It's hard doing both. This is one thing that bothers me. What's up, Firespark? At a Glock 17. I do love guns, not in real life, but in games. But would be fun to model one. Okay, one thing that bothers me is if this one is being focused, so we show information about cherries, then I move the mouse pointer away from it and I still hover above the character. So what we're focusing doesn't get over, like if we focus something and we move to something else, we don't get a, like if the focus, if the action focus is focusing something and then changes to focusing something else, we don't get a event trigger. So we can't go from focusing something to something else and update the UI accordingly. So let's see if I can fix that. This looks good, I think. I love the blurring of the UI elements. Let's see. Wow, Cypher and Cooler SK, if that's point cloud engine you're talking about, do you have any links or anything like that? Because it do sound interesting. Yeah, I'm in that state now, trying to choose what actually to do within programming. Game engine, game dev, backend dev. Ends mostly up sitting in Godot creating stuff though. That sounds good. That sounds good. Yeah, I used to be in that state a lot a few years ago, but then I just fucking decided. I just needed to create something big. As long as you make at least something. Yeah, I guess that's true. At least as long as you're producing something. That's a nice outlook I like to have. An experience in VR or AR? Nothing with VR, a little bit with AR. Actually built a very small application a few years ago when I was in school with AR. Or basically built AR from scratch, finding points in an image, converting it to 3D, but not much. Let's see here. Nameless, I've just started learning game dev and it's difficult. Can't imagine game engine creation. Yeah. Some of the things behind a game engine is insane. Your character looks like the one Big Chin Kids I saved at the beginning of the anime. So that is One Punch Man, isn't it? Yeah, appreciated, Cypher. Oh, unwrapping UVs. Yeah, that's a nightmare. Yeah, we have a little bit a small and very cozy Discord. It's in the Twitch description. I think it's on YouTube as well. Description in the videos. Fruit armor indeed. Let's see. So this one is best to use as fruit armor. Oh, there's so many things I want to do. I'm having a hard time choosing what to implement, but this one is a little bit annoying. Like focusing something else doesn't trigger a focus event, so let's see if I can fix that. Make it so you can dig tunnels, become an ant colony. I don't know if we're gonna go that big with it, but I do want to implement terraforming later on. I just wasn't using my eyes. Yeah, it's a pretty nice logo in the description. Synbleed, I always feel best way is learning the hard way. So I do agree with you a tiny bit, or I do agree with you. But it's also like sometimes when I want to learn something, I want to learn it to be able to create something. So I usually, almost everything I've learned has come from me wanting to create something with the tool set. And then if you start at the hard end, it might just become very frustrating. Am I making any sense? Nice, Cooler SK. Link it if you want to. Have you tried Enshrouded? Love how terraforming works there. Oh, then I will definitely take a look at it. I've seen Enshrouded, just haven't had the time to try it. Or I haven't really decided yet if I'm going to try it. Do love... I played a lot of Rust back in the day. And that is like a survival game, much like Enshrouded is, right? I'd asked to add a basket to your character. We actually do have it here. Model a basket for fruits. But before we add a basket to the character, I'm actually dying to create a backpack. And that's probably what we're gonna do next week. Create a backpack model, add some bones to it, make it move when you run, implement inventory system. Yeah. It's gonna be amazing. The one I'm talking about is called Euclidean, and it's still around. But many people pointed out that it only works for static stuff. Oh, I'm gonna save that link. Thank you so much. This is interesting. 13 years ago, but that's still like 2011, right? We had pretty cool tech stuff back then. Okay, so the focus. Something is wrong with the focus. Action, interaction, focus. I don't have it here. Let's go focus. So it's basically this one gets called. I want to open up playable entity as well, I think. We don't need this one anymore now when we have action, interaction, inspect. But so action, focus, input handler, focus event, add listener, focus. Add listener, display information. Although I wonder, let's go to the definition of this one. Yeah, this one doesn't care. This one, if we change, this one just always sends in. Yeah, this one, all like as soon as the mouse pointer is above a new object, we just invoke this one. Or above any object. Yeah. Point clouds mechanism is kind of how 3D scanning apps build 3D models. Yeah, I do remember that. That was nice. Like building, like scanning. There even exists a few mobile apps for that, right? Scanning buildings, for instance, making them into a point cloud and then generating a mesh. So building 3D models from real life stuff. D-Sabbath, oh, you're modeling next week? Yeah, hopefully. We'll definitely tune in. Tried a million times modeling, but everything looks like got run over by a truck. I've been there. I think I have like 2.5k hours in Blender, and some days it still feel like everything I try to make turns to shit. But yeah, it's been a while since I modeled, and I do want to model a backpack, a big backpack. Okay, so it's probably in action, interaction, focus. So this one gets called as for every frame basically. And we check if game object, then we take the entity and then we do focus entity. Yeah. Okay, this is true. Why don't we get a change here? Let's see here. Or actually, we might get a change. I know. Yeah, so I think what's happening is ooh, this is bad. So I think we get into here, we set interactable entity to the new interactable entity, and then we try to do start processing, but we are not in state ready, we're actually in state processing, so we just return here. So we don't start a new process. So we get down to here basically and exits on the first check here, and then we're done. So that means the interactable entity changes, but nothing else gets notified. That is pretty much it. So let's see. Yeah. C# looks very similar to C++. In some ways, I suppose. Although without the... Isn't... Like, that's a lot of... What is it? STD... There's a lot of this in C++, isn't it? That's what I remember the most. Okay, so let's try and check if this is actually the case. Without the memory and management and garbage collection stuff. Yeah. Like these days you have smart pointers in C++, don't you? So you pretty much don't need to handle memory if you don't want to in C++. Or that's my understanding at least. And my understanding is... wrong sometimes. Just have to mention that. Interactable focus. No, not interactable focus. Action, interaction, focus. Interactable entity. We don't have any interactable entity, but we picked this one up. We don't have any interactable entity. And then I hover above this one. So the interactable entity is the cherry now, but it's the playable character now, but we're still showing objects for the cherry. And I think I do know a easy fix for this. Before we do this, we want to check if base dot interactable entity is not equal to null. So if we're focusing something right now, I just want to do try stop processing real quick. Try stop processing will call we'll check, are we in processing? If we are, we do stop processing. Stop processing will set it to null, and then it's pretty much done, I think. Yeah, this is probably not needed. Then we try and set the ready state. That one should be correctly set, so when we get back to When this one is done, we do this, and then we try start processing. I think this should work. Pointers still exist though. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. 4.3 aspect ratio in the video about the point cloud graphics engine. Damn, nostalgia. And 2011, that's pretty late for still running 4.3 aspect ratio. Had a try on C and doing basic stuff. Allocating memory was a whole new way of thinking for me. Same here. I started programming with Java and then did C, and what a difference it was. Okay, let's see if this fixes the issue. So pick up, I want to focus. This one might be a bit hard. This one maybe. Ooh. Okay, so now we show focus for the pair, and now we show for the character. Now we show for the pair. Beautiful. Okay, that was an easy fix. But yeah, then again, it's hard focusing objects. The focus mechanic is, I think I mentioned it yesterday, but it's not going to be mouse pointer type of focus. It's going to be focus the closest object to the character, in front of the character. That means that something we're holding is always going to be focused. It's going to be a little bit of an easier time focusing it. Okay, I think this looks pretty good. Had a phase in my 90s where I tried my hands at assembly to modify games. Oh yeah, that one is crazy as well. Assemblies. Very impressed by people who are fluent in assemblies, I would call it. Arguably, I downgraded when I moved on from CRT monitor to a 22 Samsung LCD with a TN panel. Yeah, I think my current screen actually has a TN panel, which sucks. Both of my screens. But yeah, I remember the first LCD or flat screens or whatever you wanted to call them was pretty bad. Yeah, worse in pretty much every possible way. But it didn't occupy as much space on the desk, at least. That's one positive thing. I think it was around, what could it have been, 2007 or something here in Sweden that computer screens moved from CRTs to LCDs, and it overnight it became so much easier to go on a LAN with your friends. Yeah, isn't CRT worth for the eyes as well? Isn't it where, like, I remember being a kid and being told don't sit too close to the monitor. And was that something to do with CRT, or is that just a myth? What do you mean, Cooler SK? That someone swapped it out and took it? Okay, let's see here. Implement action interaction inspect. This one is done. Nah. Okay, so I have a few things I want to implement. First of all, implement or extend or change such that actions that So right now it's pretty much binary, like an action can either not have a provider or it can have a provider. For instance, focus doesn't have a action provider and jump doesn't have an action provider, but pickup has an action provider, and by that I mean pickup depends on focus to be able to know what it should pick up. But I want to implement actions that actually can have a action provider, but it doesn't need to have an action provider to be available. So for instance, or do I care about this? Like, I wonder if we take action sit, for instance. Action sit might be done on a chair, but it might also be done just on the ground. And you could argue for the ground being an interactable, but nah. So if the character is focusing something, and we so like action focus or action pickup depends on focus. So it checks does focus have a processed entity? If so, can I interact with that entity? If I can, go on. If I can't, exit. But what I want to do with sit, for instance, is does my provider, my action provider, have an entity? If it does, go on. If it doesn't, go on, but in the default way. Maybe it doesn't make any sense, but let's see. So implement change such that actions can providers, oh, let's see, action providers can be optional. I think that's the way I want to do it. Do I have a set? Do I have a set animation for my character already in the game? Let's see. Collections, character, what do we have? We have confident. Maybe I should just add these emotes. Pose idle. I have lying though, so I might do, but then I want to model a bed as well. Maybe that's what I'm gonna do today. Maybe we will do some modeling today as well. Would be nice. Oh, thank you for that link as well. I'm gonna save that one. So that's like a follow-up to the first video, is it? Around 40 minutes. Relax lying. Do I want to model a bed today? Does today feel like a bed modeling day? Maybe it does. Yeah, let's do it. What's up, Smack My Peach? How are you doing today? This Friday. This wonderful, wonderful Friday. Let's see. D-Sabbath, time to download Blender again. Why did you ever delete it in the first place? The best software known to mankind. Almost. They even run their engine on laptop as demonstration. Might be the most powerful laptop though. Oh, I'm sorry to hear, Smack My Peach. Football, are we talking American football or European football? Are we talking real football, you know? EU, nice, nice. Yeah, I'm sorry for the pain, but a little bit envious that you still play football. Hope you had a fun time at least until then, until you get hurt. You can even run Blender on tablet. Haven't tried it though. Oh yeah, just laying back in your couch, modeling stuff on your tablet. What a wonderful time. Okay, D-Sabbath, time to download Blender and practice it then, I suppose. Okay, let's see if this is a good or a bad Blender day for me. So I just want to model a simple bed, just because it's Friday and it's nice to model stuff. I just need to check, do I already have a project file for stuff like this? So the idea I have for the visuals of this game is that everything that can be, every foreground object that can be interacted with should be in cell shading. All background objects should not be cell shaded. It should still be cartoony, but not cell shaded cartoony, if that makes any sense. Or I haven't decided where between cell shading and realistic it will lie. But I'm also having a hard time deciding exactly what objects should be included in what. So first, when I think about furniture, I would like cabinets and stuff like that might not be like, it's a hard, I have to draw the line somewhere. I just haven't figured out exactly where I want to draw the line, like which object should be cell shaded and which should not. Blender UI makes me angry. It's customizable. It's customizable. I have model items, model prototypes. No. Okay, let's see here. I guess you would call it an item. I do notice a very specific thing about their engine in all of those presentations. Let's see. Memory use, storing data for models, since model is super detailed, takes up huge amount of space. Okay, so one specific model takes up a lot of like memory use. I'm getting more and more interested of looking at these videos. Definitely gonna hopefully do it later today. Okay, fruit, drinks, consumables. Let's hide this and so let's do new collection. Furniture. Damn, it's been a long time since I was in Blender. Ooh. Okay, let's go ahead and add a cube. Let's call it bed. Fuck, I always forget how tall my character is. 170, I think. Let's go 1.6. Could that be? Okay, 1.6. And how broad? Radius 0.3, 0.6, 1.6, 0.6. Okay, let's go with a bed that is bed 180 times. Or do you want to do the width first? Maybe 60, 80 times 180 times something, I don't know. Bed simple. One sec, I just want to clean this up. Why? Bezier curve, what is this? Oh, yeah. Fuck it. Okay, nice. The fact that X, Y, Z are different than Unity is annoying. Fuck yeah, it is. So, it's so damn annoying. I was fighting with it constantly at the start. But now it's... Exporting it is made a little bit easier because you can convert it, and all you have to think about is basically... yeah, I agree, it's annoying, and I make mistakes because of it all the time. Cooler SK, yeah, that sounds correct. Yeah, but I do agree, it sounds correct. Okay, let's see. So what do we have? 1 times 1, right? Or it's actually 2. Okay. S 0.5, and then SX. Is this actually? Okay, let's do Y 0.8 and SX 1.8. Oops. So something like this. Feels like a pretty small bed, if I'm gonna be honest. Are these the correct? But maybe it's big, I don't know. Spin. 0.01. That's too small. Like, I want to do one of these wooden beds, you know, so wooden frame and then you put a mattress in it, but this is too thin, right? And then I wonder if I want to make it... Oof, maybe I do. Neo Axis Engine. Cool name though. Okay, let's see here. I'm wondering... I might actually want to go... I wonder if I want to do... Maybe I do. Okay. Ooh, they've changed this, yeah, since I used Unity last time. Okay, there we go. I wonder if I want to do... Maybe I want to do it like this. Like, I remember these old wooden beds, they always had like a grid of planks here. So plank, space, plank, space, plank, space, and so on. Let me guess, this is a box for growing plants. No, would like to do one of those as well. But this is going to be a small, simple bed. But if we do it like that, and then we want a leg here. How are those legs done? Do we have like, maybe we do. Can I move it like this? 0.5. Yeah. Was going to ask if you're using any 3D party assets from the store. Not right now. And what's my opinion about it? Like, it could be done. Something I find extremely important in games is consistency. So as long as there's some form of consistency to your assets, you should be okay. Independent of if you make everything in-house, if you buy from the asset store, or if you hire talent. Like, as long as there's some sort of consistency in place, some idea, then it's fine. Usually when you see a game that is typically referred to as an asset flip, you can see there's a mismatch between models. So it's everything from like apparent visuals to how many vertices and so on. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, okay. Oh, third-party assets. I saw that you were asking for third-party assets, but since I'm modeling, I thought you meant third-party 3D assets. So third-party related to coding. How should I put this? I think I've mentioned something related to this previously. The threshold for me actually using a third-party tool like Coding Base, the threshold is extremely big. So for me to actually use one, a lot of things, I try to avoid it, but if I really need something and coding it myself would take far too long, I usually go with third-party solutions. It's just that my threshold to use third-party coding-based assets is bigger than most, I think. Do you use any third-party tools currently? No, I'm not. I've been very close. Like, the one that I'm closest to installing and using right now is the what is it called? It's a very famous Unity package for making the UIs prettier. I don't know, Odin, I think, Odin Inspector. But currently I'm not using any third-party tools. Modding Minecraft, good morning. What am I doing right now? I'm trying to model a bed. It's just that my my experience with third-party tools are not that good. It has usually been a cause of a lot of headaches and problems, especially when changing versions and stuff like that. But you know, okay, let's see. So yeah, I want one of these, but I want to move it to about here, but I want to know with exactly how much. So I thought I could do this, but this is relative. Let's see. GG, do we have any in edge slide or clamp? I thought I would have. So this one is relative, right? 0 is here, 1 is here. Why can't I? I don't know. Chex Party, thank you so much for the subscription. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Much love. No, I love answering random questions. Emilster, what's up? How are you doing today? And modding Minecraft, just model a simple bed like Minecraft's bed. Nah. I want this one to be fancy. And thank you for the follow on Twitch as well. Okay, I'm a little bit rusty in Blender, so I need to get warmed up. What is the best way to... let's just do it like this, for instance. Actually, so we put this one here, and then we just move it by X by 0.5 maybe. That's way too much. 0.1. That will work. And we do something similar here. X 0.1 was it? Oops, wrong direction. Okay, nice. And then we delete these. We move this one out. 0.1 minus. Like that. Beautiful. Ooh. I haven't really used Blender since late 2 versions. Anything interesting in Blender 4? I don't know if I'm the right person to answer that, but like every release, every big release of Blender always comes with a ton of interesting stuff. I don't remember, like, so something very interesting I've been using. Probably node stuff. Yeah, I was about to say. So one of the newer things, I think it came with Blender 3 point something, is geometry nodes. That is hella interesting. Modding Minecraft, add some legs for the bed. Yes, that is on my to-do list actually. So this is just a frame. And then we do... I think I want all of this. Do I? That's gonna look weird here. Oh, damn it. We want to do it like this. Let's see. Maybe a bit too thick, right? A bit too thick. Or are they? Very sturdy. Looks like expensive. Do I want to go... wonder if I want to go down here, actually. I think I do. But first of all, I want to make it a bit smaller. Yeah, modding Minecraft, we're gonna get there, we're gonna get there. I have a homemade wooden bed frame in real life. Oh, nice. It's very creaky. Yeah, I can imagine. Okay, way too thick. So... GY minus, I think it is. Nope. 0.01. That's too much. Fuck me. Super 0.05. Is this thin enough? Yeah, I think it is. It might be. Yeah, let's go with that. Ooh, a bit better. And then I want to move these down. But not like that. Maybe about here. Man, no one's gonna see its inside. I'm gonna see its inside. And then I wonder, this is probably where you want to have a... Let's see, how far in is this? 0.05. Also, I forgot to do this, but that's okay. I want to do some fun stuff with this bed, so I might want to... let's keep this one for now. I might want to be able to throw this bed around, making the mattress fly out and the pillow as well. I don't know. Maybe just to have fun during development, you know. It's sehr importante. You never know. Yeah, same here, E-Dragon. Same here. What's the bed for modding Minecraft? It's for sleeping in for the little bit of more for the character. I wonder. I think this looks good. This is a pretty nice frame, isn't it? And then you usually have some planks laying here, and I'm just gonna make those part of the bed. They're usually bolted down or something. Oh, now this looks weird. Okay, looks nice. Best approach for planks. Let's do. Okay, let's just do this for now. Maybe join them later on. I don't know. Cube. And let's see if we can do generate array. I think it is. Yeah, there we go. 2. Ooh, pretty perfect, I would say. Yeah, I couldn't have asked for a better generation there, I don't think. So I want to do it in I'm a little bit. Okay, let's do it like this. Let's just apply that one. Take this one. Mirror like this, clipping, yes. There we go. Is your game going to have dialogue? It's going to have dialogue, but not voice acting. That's gonna be too much work. But I'm thinking, I'm a big fan of how Animal Crossing solves it. Right? Maybe a bit annoying, but also very cute. Smack my peach, yes, I used the array modifier, but then I applied it. Can modding Minecraft can ChatGPT model? I have no idea. Don't think so. There exists generative networks that can generate models though. Okay, let's see if I can make a very simple wow, look at this bed. This one is good, isn't it? What are we working with? Triangles. Looks nice. Although inside. How good does this look? Yeah, it looks good indeed. Are you concerned with LODs at all? Yeah, I'm concerned. Definitely concerned. We'll see how we're gonna solve that one. When it comes to most like stuff like this, is going to be inside, so I don't have to worry about level of detail for objects like this. But maybe I want to support having a bed outside. Although, like, let's apply this one, I think. Or, yeah, let's apply it. Although, like, there exists pretty good, like, generative algorithms for generating LODs that are okay. Okay, this one is a hard object because it doesn't have that many faces to start with, and most of them are, you know, but like, oh no, did I model my bed upside down? Damn it. But Apple, for instance, Decimate works pretty well for doing LOD models. So this is a model with half the number of elements. Pretty good. Pretty damn good. So this should be the model for half. 0.25. Still good. 0.125. This is going to be from very far away. But yeah, so LODs is something I do keep in mind, but we're not there just yet. And modding Minecraft, does the bed fit for the boy? Hopefully it does. Gonna have to find out. But I want to make a mattress first, I think. And I also want to do oh, this one doesn't really matter. Okay, let's do it like this actually. Switch it back. And then we take this one 180 like that. And then we do rotation. Rotation. Okay. If you needed to change the overall size of it, would you just modify the scale? Probably not, because let's say that I just need to change it in the Y direction. Then we have something like this. Like the legs will be broader here than here. So unfortunately I would have to do something like yeah. Actually, I don't know why I applied the mirror modifier. Let's just there we go. So yeah, it wouldn't be too hard. So if I want to move it in, would have to take all this. If I want to make it bigger in Y direction, I would have to select these, I think. These as well, maybe. this and move it like this. This one as well. Yeah, resizing it might be... it's doable, but... But it's the same problem you have with a lot of non-uniform scale stuff. Okay, let's do a mattress. Mattress. That should be easy, even though I do want to have a little bit of a shape to it. So I'm thinking I'm just doing it like cube. Something like that, although... And then I wonder if I want to do... Let's do this one. How I want to do the... definitely not just like that, that's for sure. I want it on all sides, I'm pretty sure, yeah. It's a bit too thin, isn't it? This looks like a nice bed, doesn't it, Cooler SK? Although the compound collider for the bed, if I want to be able to place it like this... Swedish developer showing off his IKEA skills. Hell yeah, it's in our DNA, isn't it? This is the kind of bed where you hit your toes on a wooden edge. Yes, this is the kind of bed when you rent a cabin and they have just put in the cheapest beds, you know, they want to make a profit. It's beautiful, isn't it? Have you guys seen this automatic texturing to 3D models using AI? Let's see. Eight days ago. I saw this on Reddit. I actually saw this on Reddit. Looked pretty impressive. Do I want to make a pillow as well? I don't know. But look at this. Think not too sure about this being like flat here. Make the pillow an optional crafting item, yeah. And by cheapest bed you mean do-it-yourself from wooden pallets. Yeah, those industrial wooden pallets you should never use for your homemade furniture, because apparently there's a lot of chemicals used on them to make them not deteriorate as quick when they're outside all days. Just so you know. Yeah, I think I want to give him a pillow. Definitely want to make him ready to pick up those fruits. Craft it from bird pets. Yeah. So a big question I've been like, I can't really decide when I'm those late evenings when I'm creating my design document. The decision of like creature slaughtering, like should you be able to eat creatures in this game? And at first I'm like, what the fuck? Of course you shouldn't be able to eat the creatures. But then I'm like, okay, but I do want to have meat in my game. Where does the meat come from? Okay, I'm gonna have to have normal animals in my game so we can have meat. But okay, what makes it okay to kill? Why does it feel more okay to kill the normal animals and not the fantasy creatures? I don't know. Probably gonna have normal animals and creatures, and you can kill, like, you can't kill both, but you can eat both. How hardcore is the survival aspect? It's not gonna be very hardcore. Like, at least not in the minimum viable product. The minimum viable product will pretty much only feature your garden. So that will pretty much be the only... Oh, my phone is ringing. One sec. Okay, back. Sorry about that. All I know is that most people don't want anything bad to happen to dogs. Yes, very touchy about dogs. And yeah, the Chinese don't care that much about dogs. Or so I've heard as well. Yeah, it's a touchy subject. We'll see. And Elizabeth, careful, you just met Greta... Greta Thunberg. Greta Thunberg. Angry. Yeah, I'm okay with it. But yeah, so that's one thing I keep going back and forth on, because I do want to support food with meat in it. Mostly because I just want to model meat and texture meat. I think it seems like a fun thing to do. Okay, where were I? Yeah, I wonder if I want to make these legs a tiny bit smaller, if I'm going to be honest. So I wonder if I want to do something like... Okay, that might not have been the correct... But now I can do good. I wonder if I want to do them a little bit smaller like this. But I don't know. Yeah, something like that, Cooler SK, something like that. What is the goal of your game? Casual fun, puzzle challenge. Not puzzling or challenging. Not action or survival. A casual fun. Relaxing, cozy, casual fun. One of those simulation games. Wholesome, definitely. Another thing that I'm still thinking about is family kid friendly, yes. So that's you're not gonna get to be slaughtering animals nor creatures, other creatures on screen. But another thing I'm thinking about also is like the end goal, because like even though it's a simulation game, you're gonna take care about pets, like a more intricate Tamagotchi type of game. You still need an end goal, basically. You need to be able to finish the game, in my opinion. If you want to be all ethical and green and sustainable, etc., the animals could die of old age, and only then you can get their meat. Yeah, that's a good idea. Although it feels yuck, you know? Do I want to eat old meat? Like, how good is that meat? But yeah, definitely. I've been thinking about just sending them away, and then you get a package of meat back in the in the post. But I don't know. Okay, now they look a little bit too thin. Decisions. Okay, let's do it like this. GX minus 0.02. GY 0.02, no. Something like that. A bit thin still. It is part of life unless it's a vegetarian game. That's definitely true. A bird drops you a package of meat and bones. Yeah. No, but you just need to rename the slaughterhouse to something cute. Yeah, so the player might have the option to send something to the farm, and as a thank you from the farm, they get a post with some meat and bones, but it's not at all relatable to the creature you sent away. Not at all. These habits, that's just sad. You get attached to the animals, and by then you're eating your pet. Yeah, exactly. But you know, I know defense mode. This is dark. But then again, it's gonna be fully like if you wanna get meat from your creatures or animals, if you wanna eat meat, it's gonna be fully optional. Yeah, we will see how I go about that, but yeah. You could skirt around the issue and make it so meat-related products could only be bought from the shops. Yeah, something like that might be the best solution. But then again, creatures are going to be able to eat other creatures, so you will see creatures entering your garden and eating some of your smaller pets if you haven't done anything to defend them. So if other creatures can eat your creatures, why can't you eat your creatures, you know? Remover, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. There will be predators, yeah, I think it will be. So there will pretty much exist creatures that eat other creatures. So when you inspect a creature, you will see, or you will learn during the process of the game, but you will learn what different creatures like the most to eat and such. So there will exist creatures which favorite food is other creatures. So if you want to have that type of creature in your garden and you want it to be happy, then you're gonna have to give it its favorite food from time to time, and its favorite food being other creatures. I think that's a game mechanic I do want. So it's like, what kind of garden / creature owner do you want to be? Do you want to be the one that offers smaller creatures to this big, fancy, nice creature just because you want that big, fancy, nice creature in your garden? Or are you going to be the one that chases it away every time it tries to enter your garden? Yeah. Decisions. Like, a lot of my inspiration comes from Viva Pinata, as I mentioned, and in Viva Pinata you had these red pinatas that could enter your garden and destroy your other pinatas, and it sucked so bad. But it was also a very fun mechanic, I think. You could convert it to a nice creature though, and then from that point on you could opt out of letting that evil creature get into your garden. Maybe something like that. Maybe I want to, like, for the players that don't want their creatures to be eaten, I need to add some way to opt out of it, if that makes any sense. Checks party? Pretty much yes. Pretty much yes. Okay, let's create a quick pillow as well. I just need to fix this leg after I... Wait, is this the cube? Yeah, this is the cube. Okay. I screwed with the legs here, right? Yeah, so I want to fix this. So... I guess I can do... Okay, now when all is done, we can simplify this one a lot. We can simplify this one a tiny bit. But let's just do it this way. This one, we have two vertices here, I think. So I want to merge them. Good. And then, do I still want this? Or can I remove this one? I think I can remove this one, or can I? Or best way might be to... I could go about it like this, although... Or... it doesn't really matter, it's just a... Okay, there we go. That is an interesting mechanic. What about making a subset of creatures that only exist to be for obtaining meat? Like you could lean into the hole. They are predators, and and you have to take them out to protect yourself, and you can't catch them. So creatures you can't have, like catch or have in your garden, yeah. So I've already thought about having creatures that are enormous, maybe too big for your garden, and this would be a similar creature like that. So creatures that exist in your world, but you can't have them live in your garden. Maybe a creature that is so rabid that he just eats anything, or she. Modding Minecraft, make a to-do list. I have a big to-do list in form of a design document and issues on GitHub. Can't live without a to-do list. I actually have a very small to-do list here as well, but yeah. It's a whole psychological minefield of mechanic to design. Yes, indeed it is. Bed, simple, 80 times 180. Mattress. How the hell do you spell that one? Mattress. Double T. Let's start with a cube once again. How big is a pillow? Those dimensions, maybe? We're modeling a bed for almost 3 hours, bro. I think I've done other stuff this stream than modeling this bed. It's taking a long time though, that's for sure. Okay, I do want to support some shape for this one. It's simple pillow. Twitch chat is excellent for productivity. Yes. Nah, but I do like it. Compared to the mattress, that's one thick pillow. Yeah, maybe it is. Nah, it looks thin, doesn't? Isn't this a good ratio? And then you want to do, I also want to do something like this. We take that one, and we scale it on XY, a little bit like this. Fuck, do I want to support more vertices here? Maybe I need to. Maybe I need to. Nice pillow. Yes, no, maybe. I think I want to support one extra. I don't know. Maybe I should just have done... something like that. Doesn't look too bad, at least. It's a little bit... Definitely want to fix that. Okay, so I probably want to do a tiny bit better. It's okay. Where is it? I just want to see how it would look with subdivision. Oh, that's bad. That looks better like this. I really wish Unity would allow to auto-install your favorite assets / packages when you make a new project. Yeah, that would be nice, like altering the project creation files, yeah. Okay, very nice assets, although it looks weird like this, but what you gonna do? Well, maybe what you're gonna do, alter the model a tiny bit. But yeah, this will make it look better when it's on the pillow, or like this, but I guess it will look weird when it's free, so might as well just do. Looks like the hardest pillow there ever was. Looks good like this. Looks like shit like when this. Yeah, probably want to, fuck me, make it a little bit thinner, I think. Now it needs a headboard. Yeah, but these old beds, you know, they don't come with such nice features. Isn't there such a thing as blend shapes or something? We do have blend shapes, although I don't remember exactly what it's called. Before this Christmas, I actually shape keys in Blender is usually what is referred to as blend shapes, I think. It looks so thucky, so thin. So I would probably need. And now we're into, now it's a lot of make it a bit more puffy. Good enough, I suppose. You can just angle it and lower it. Yeah, although I don't know if this will be the case in the actual game later on, but I do want to add a collider to this one, and I want to add a collider to this one, and I want to add a collider to this one. I love physics. No, so just make it able to run into it and destroy it, basically. Have some fun during development. Let's call this one pillow. Zero. But before I export this one, we need to do some things. We need to add some colors to it. And we're gonna do it with a color map, much like this one. So let's see here. Color texture general, I think I'm gonna call it, because yeah, let's do it. It should have been a little bit more general with the naming of these, to be honest. Let's see. Show grid, snap to grid right. Okay. Oh, definitely don't want it right. Left, right, centered. But doesn't there exist to make it centered on the vertical as well? Fucking hell. Wood 01. Something like this, I think. Nice grid. Yeah, it's pretty. Wood. So weird that I can't center it vertically. Oh well. Yeah, so this is gonna be wood 1, and then I would like to have a... Let's duplicate this one and just put it here. Text. Wood 1. Textile. Or cloth white 1. Robert Pattinson. Guys, suggest food. Don't you know what you are gonna order to eat for lunch, or what is this about? Let's just call this text layer. Specular and color. Okay, so let's remove these. Need to eat food to survive. Yeah, that sucks. But it's something you're gonna have to learn to live with. I know I have. But hamburger. Damn, hamburger is nice. Okay, so wood 01. My first wood. What type of... How do I want that one to look? Maybe something like... Ooh, this. This light type of wood. Is this good? Is this gonna be too... Might be a bit too bright with the current sun, but... That's a nice color for wood 1, isn't it? Yes. This planet is a prison indeed. Life is a prison, my man. I'm gonna take a quick lunch soon, but that will just be one of those shakes, you know. I don't have time to spend on eating food. That's a nice wood. Might maybe want to go a little bit darker with it. And this is going to be wood that is... It's not going to be rough wood. It's going to be blank wood, or whatever you call it. So it's going to have a specular value of 80 maybe. 80%. Or 60. Yeah, let's go with 60. Okay, cloth white. Or do I want it to be a little bit bluish? Now let's go with white, but I don't want white. I want 220. Might be too bright, we'll see. And specular for that one will be 0. Okay, nice. So, specular color. Nice. Wood. What wood? I'm not even gonna try to say that quickly. Okay, let's see how this looks. Although, one thing left. Do I want to... yeah, probably. We're gonna do this. The full bed, including... let's do it like this. This one and this one. Vertex paint. Oh, can I just do it on one at a time? That's depressing. Or can I? Okay. Object mode. So let's start with then this one, take everything. Vertex paint. So 2. Somebody tipped me off of a tool that does this automatically. I really need to look into that one. I have it saved somewhere, so I don't have to vertex paint manually. That would be very nice. Or maybe even alter my. I will do some research. Okay, there we go. Now everything should... Never mind. I need to... Let's take this one, this nice one, and do color. General. So... Color Atlas, Texture, General, Albedo, and Specular. Let's see here. What's your opinion on dependency injection in Unity? I don't know if I have a very strong opinion about it, if I'm going to be honest. Just another tool in your tool set, you know. And usually something that can be used to get around having to rely too much on singletons. Or that's how I've seen it being introduced in Unity, at least. Like a lot of singletons could be dependency injections instead. But yeah, I don't really have a strong opinion about it. Yeah, I don't want it to look like that, so probably want to add, I wonder if okay, that's better for this one, but not for this one. Probably want to do... Doesn't really matter that much. We're gonna... For now at least, we're just gonna do this. Later on, might want to add some normal maps, and then it's gonna be more important. And then we can use color maps like this. Which libraries or packages do you use in general? Right now I'm just using first-party libraries. I don't have any third-party libraries or packages in my game. What's up, Cypher? Yeah, we're modeling. doing a... Ooh, this one, unwrap. I might as well just do... Fuck, it should have done this from the start. Let's do mirror apply. Let's do this. Yeah, let's keep it as an array. Although gonna have to alter it a tiny bit. Ooh, it's actually perfect, right? Okay, nice. Yeah, we're gonna do it like this. And also let's do... So just unwrapping this is gonna lead to... Ah, beautiful. Which makes me wonder... Ah, whatever. Oh, do tween is nice. Work smart, get not harder. Yeah. No, but that's true. Something I need to do more often. Okay, so that's that one. Can we get a nice unwrap of this one? Ooh, how does this look? Fuck it, let's do it. So it just has the UV layout still going from the cube, the default cube. I'm not gonna change that. This one, however, ooh. Nice. Okay, and that's it, I think. It's probably gonna be too bright, but let's see how it looks in game. No, the unwrapped dimensions are off. It ain't a cube. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. But I'm gonna go ahead and say it. We don't care about that for now. Okay, let's unwrap this one and let's see how it looks in game real quick. I wonder if I might want to introduce what do we have? Assets. Do I want to have it as collection? I'm not sure. Maybe I do. Characters, cloths, or clothes. Or actually, we're gonna take a quick break there. I'm just gonna run away. So before we put it into game, so this is one of those cliffhangers again. But before I put it into the game, I'm just gonna run and take something to eat real quick. So be right back around 5 minutes. Sorry. Okay, back. Let's see how this bed looks in game. How the heck do you eat in 5 minutes? I probably wouldn't be able to eat food, real food, in 5 minutes, but this is one of those shakes, you know. I like to... So lunch on weekdays are usually for me just... I don't eat because it's good on lunches. It's more like I need energy. That's why I've replaced my lunches on weekdays with these shakes. They just give me what I need without taking too much time, and I don't care about the taste. So this song that is playing right now, let's take a quick look. It's Memories We Made by No Spirit. Let's see. Like this, I think. Oh, let's see here. Only an illiterate platypus. Nice name. Hey, what is happening, please? We're developing a game here. We're just removing... Oh, D-Sabbath, you're just removing dependency injection from your project. If you care about performance, try to avoid dependency injection unless you really need it. They use a bunch of reflections which are inherently slow. I need to research dependency injection more. Nameless, how different is it to code for a game than coding for other type of software? Wow, hard question. It's different, but I mean, coding different stuff is different. It's different in a way that makes it hard to compare, at least if you ask me. Okay, so back to the question I've been fighting a lot as well. Do I want to store my assets in collection files? So like character 01, here we have everything related to character except for scripts. So we have model, we have prefab, we have textures, etc. Or do I want to store it like textures in this folder, models in this folder? I guess that's what was a better way to do it previously. Collections. I think I would like to do it something like this. Fuck it. Let's duplicate this one and put it in collections. General. General is not the correct term I'm looking for. But let's go with it for now. Cooler SK, maybe Spies can answer that. Answer what? Okay. Folder furniture. Bed. Bed simple. Yeah, let's go bed simple. Actually, do I use underscore in my naming here? Yeah. Bed simple. 180 times 80, right? And we're gonna go with 01. Mattress simple 180x 80 01. And pillow just 01. Oh yeah. I remember him answering this question before. Yeah, I guess it's a very subjective answer as well. And Shakespeare, I assumed game dev is much more difficult than other types of software. I mean, there's differences between all types of software. Like if you're developing a web application or a fucking AGI model. But something that Something that hit me when I started doing game development was that you had to keep in mind all the different systems in place and how the messaging between them works, like having the actual physical simulation running in parallel with your game logic, but not one-to-one mirrored. Like your game logic might run 120 times per frame per second, while your physics simulation might only run 30 times per second, and then you have to calculate, and like you need to keep that in mind when you develop. And that's like not the only systems. You have an animation system going on, and just so many different systems that needs to talk and communicate with one another. Nameless, do your game have NPCs? No, it doesn't as of now, but it will in the future. Both character NPCs and creature NPCs. Yeah, it's all difficult and it's all garbage. Yeah, I can stand behind that. Okay, let's keep it like this, I think. I wonder if I want to do... Yeah, let's do it. Let's select both of those, export it. Zero, let's rename it 01, I think. That's not good. Bed simple is self-intersecting. Is that because of the mirror? Is it because we used clipping, or it's not that important. Okay, let's see here. Ooh, yes. Let's take this one again and do where do we have recalculate normals this time around? Is it mesh, normals, recalculate outside? Probably want to do with this one. Maybe don't need to do it with that one. It should probably only be the bed here. Shift N. Oh, that might work. Is there a reason you don't use the Blender file directly in Unity instead of FBX? There is a reason. I don't think it's good enough to defend what I'm currently doing. Maybe I should start doing that. It's just like this is how I've been doing it since the start. And I've just kept doing it like this, basically. Or actually, I'm not sure if the reason for doing it is, like, some of my objects, I'm gonna need to support a lot of different export types, like depending on. So when I export with an armature, I don't want to add leaf bones for some of them, but I want to do it for some, etc. But maybe that's not a good enough reason to not just use the Blender file directly. Oh, nice models, I think. Nice. And yeah, this one we want another texture here. Color, general, specular. Let's see how it looks. That looks like a pretty good bed, doesn't it? Okay, so first of all, let's add a material. Ooh, a bit too bright, maybe. Or probably. I don't know if it looks like. How does the actual. This sucks though. Let's see here. Wow, that's a lot of aliasing. It seems a little bit bigger, bolder here. But this is what disturbs me the most. That's why I need another vertex color for this one. It sucks though that... Fuck me. Let's see. Materials, outlines material. Is it this one? There's so many settings. Probably gonna work with this a lot. Okay, if this one is a bit like here, then we get roughly the same size on this one. But then we also get this, which is unfortunate. Still okay, but definitely some improvements can be made to it. Yeah, here we have a missing outline because of vertex painting, yeah. So the depth here is not big enough to cause an outline. The normals here are, the normals on this side of this plank is the same as this side here, so that won't cause a outline. So the only thing left that can cause an outline or be used to create an outline is vertex painting. And I didn't really... We could do the same here as well, actually. But yeah, let's see here. I'm also bothered a tiny bit... I'm gonna need to improve that one again, but it looks okay. Not too bad. But yeah, with some additional weight painting, it's gonna look so much better. And like the minimizing the outlines based on distance might be a little bit too aggressive right now when it comes to normal based outlines and depth based outlines. So you can see the outlines within here gets removed pretty early on, while the outlines outside. Do you have VSync enabled in Unity? I have no idea. Do you see... Are you seeing screen tearing? You shouldn't see any, I don't think. Screen tearing, I mean. So RGB, what do we do here? Step. It's this one, I think. I don't think I have. I've not done anything... I've not entered it myself, at least. One sec. Yeah, so this shader is pretty much going to be a work in progress all the time. I guess, like, that's not very good. My stream should be 60 FPS, yes, or so I hope. It looks so good close up. Fucking love these outlines. Far apart, we need to remove the outlines because otherwise it would be way too stressful. But we might be a bit too quick to remove the outlines on the normals. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe 0.2. But then again, we have this problem here. What I would like to do is I would like to extend my outline shader a bit more, but yeah, we're not gonna do that now, so I'm just gonna leave it as is. Did I change this one? Maybe I did. Oh well. Let's see. I want to fix some vertex paint on the bed. So first of all, .25 should be correct. Or 0.21. And then we can do this one. Like that. I think this should be enough with the current implementation of the outline shader. To make the outlines a tiny bit better. Good morning, Cynic. How are you doing today? Yeah, much better, right? Mm-hmm. Although the weakest point right now is the normals outlines, because you can see this line being weaker than the rest, and it's because this line is only caused by the normals. I really need to look into this. I don't want varying sizes of outlines, but I do like them getting thinner the further away from the camera they are. Ooh, nice to hear, Cynic. Yeah, I'm good. modeling a little bit of or doing a bed today. The idea was to, I want to create an action that supports both, I want to implement or extend the action system to allow for actions that have a entity provider, but it's optional. So for instance, previously all my actions either don't have an entity provider or they do, but then we have actions like lay down, which so you will be able to lay down on the ground, i.e. no entity in question, you just lay down, or you will be able to lay down on furniture like bed. Yeah, outline looking, it's looking good. I might be, yeah, it looks good, but I still see things I want to improve, but that's probably how it's always going to be. But thank you. And yes, we're all winning. Okay, let's add some, oops. Let's add some compound colliders to this one. Or first of all, a rigid body. How much would this bed weigh? 80 times 180. 10? Is that too little? Or would it be more like 20 kilograms? Use gravity, yes. I think we had a similar joke previously today. Something with the word would. I would do. But 20 kilograms, does that seem fair? Yeah, I think I said something similar earlier today as well. With wood and wood. Does Swedish have tongue twister phrases? Yeah, they do. I just can't seem to remember any of them right now. Colliders. Okay. Collider bottom. You can actually see a very extremely thin outline here as well. That's very nice. I just need to get my... Is that by Unity default? Oh, anyway. Oh, yeah. 3 laxar i en laxask. That brings back some memories. Okay. Collider bottom. Let's see. Box collider. Size 0.8. Oh, okay. 1.8 for this one and 0.8 for this one, right? Seems about right. And 0.1. Something like this for bottom. Although ooh. Pretty much perfect, I think. Do I want to go for... Okay, I'm just gonna be happy with this. What are those black artifacts? I don't see them in my project. Yeah, it's the outline post-processing effect that doesn't work. It semi-works in the scene view, but not entirely correct. Might... So it works for static, but not when we move around. Or it's like delayed. Yeah. But I don't really care about that, I don't think. Okay, let's go crazy with these, with this compound collider. So, create empty. What is it? Would I like X direction to be in this direction and Z in this? I don't know. Oh well, let's keep it like this for now. So, collider, edge, right, maybe. Might as well move it here. So the question is 0. It's 0.4 should take us here. And how tall is this one? 0.35? No. 0.395. 38? Is it 4? Maybe that's good. So that means that this one should be 0.04, if that's the case. Looks to be alright. And 1.8. Nice. Left. Yeah, it's a little bit messed up when it comes to the what was it? 0.9 and it's 0.486, so 88. 0.04 and 80, I think, so 0.8. Ooh, shit, forgot about that one. Okay, so we don't... we just want them to be... what is it? 0.1, 0.124, something like that. Nice. It's a little bit bright, the color of this one, but I do like it. And collider's bottom as well, so we have this. Nice. And then I want one for the legs as well. Very nice. Collider, leg, bottom right. Ooh, position. Okay, this one is hard. If we go 0.9 and 0.4, we're at the edge here, right? Ooh, hard to see the leg here. Didn't really think about that one. If we hide this one, fuck it, let's do it like this. Ooh, 0.845345. There we go, and then I just want to pull it down as well. .7. Okay. Okay, so I'm a little bit afraid of what kind of artifacts or what misbehavior we can get from having a tiny non-covered area here or volume. So just to make sure, we're gonna do 0.4 here and move it up a tiny bit. Maybe like that. Such probably not a feature I will use for the actual game, then it's going to be a lot of unnecessary calculations for this, but I want to play around with it during development. It's fun. Bottom left. Okay, rigid body, use gravity, let's see. Okay. This, though. Is not good. And this has to do with ground check, mask, environment. Let's go with foreground objects as well, why not? And then we want to put this one on foreground. Change children, yes. Cine can't stop watching the cell shading video. You're talking about my cell shading video? If so, appreciate it. The intro is Oh, look at this. What the Thank you, appreciate it. Appreciate it. What's wrong with this physics? These physics. Is it simply fixed by doing collision detection discrete, continuous? Not really. Okay. What was that? This one. A little bit of an artifact there, but let's take a look. This one, steep angles. Yeah. The light orbs in this video, is it just a point light with URP bloom? It's a... Let's see, I have them right here. It's a point light, yes, with a... Oh yeah, then the material has like emission. So point light to make it work with my cell shader, just need a light pretty much. And then the emission together with the bloom post-processing effect make it look like it has volume pretty much. This physics here, it's not... Thank you, appreciate it. What doesn't look amazing though is the physics here. I don't know what's going on. Is it too... mass 100? Makes no sense. Why? What's up, Symphony? I've been using Unity for about 6 years, I think. Haven't done previous games that were too dependent on the physics engine though. Would you say you're an expert? No, I would not. I don't know why this one works so badly. Terrain. One sec. Nah, it should be okay with this one. Is continuous dynamic the best one? Maybe that's the... Like, I guess doing collision with terrain is always going to lead to weird results. Because then you're basically working with mesh colliders, right? But okay, continuous dynamic looks a little bit better. Checks party, thank you. Appreciate it. But look what... I don't know. Is this what you want a physics engine to do? Allowing for objects to clip through the environment like this? It's weird. Continuous dynamic is definitely correct. Interpolate, I don't know if I want to interpolate when we do it continuous, but whatever, let's try it. And I want to change it to weighing 20 kilograms again. 100, that's just plain wrong. Like adding objects like the bed here into the scene and playing around with it with the character controller really makes me like see things I want to change with the character controller. So turning, I thought that limiting the turn rate was a good idea, but it fucking sucks to play with a limited turn rate. Works for Dota 2, I suppose, but not for a game like this. I want it to be instantly. So this is the quickest you can turn. It doesn't feel very good, and it doesn't jam very good with the animator. So that's one thing. And then also when we jump, you have the turn rate gets even slower when you jump. I don't know if I want it like that, but yeah. You said need to set continuous because of the height. Yeah, that might very well be true. I just... So this is basically... I don't get this. I was hoping for better. Like, is it something in my setup that makes these physics calculations work this badly, or yeah. Now, even though it's continuous, you still get... What the fuck? You still get like it's going through the... what? I don't know. What do we have? Project settings, physics. Don't we have... Is it sleep threshold? Default solver iterations. Bed is a compound collider, so it consists of multiple colliders. If it was just a box, I guess the result would be a little bit better, but... works a little bit like a nice. We don't even have to stand on it to break the physics. It does that by itself. Okay. Let's see here. Sleep threshold was 0.005. Like if I would increase the, if I would make the physics iteration be the same as the FPS, so what is that, 200? Like, the more often you do physics iterations, the better the result is going to be naturally. But I thought it would be better than this, even with this. Oh well, I suppose this will work for now. Oh yeah. Although, one thing. Bed simple is on foreground object layer, right? Project settings, let's take a look at this matrix. Foreground objects collide with character internal. Ooh. Yeah, it does, right? Probably don't want that, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Let's try and remove that one. So what's been happening is that I think that the bed has been colliding with all the internal colliders of this character, and I don't think we want that. Mr. Duck, yeah, we have multiple colliders, so I think it's a total of, let's see here, 9 colliders for the bed. But, okay, let's see here. I think we have seen a lot of these issues have been thanks to the bed colliding with the internal colliders of the characters. So let's try and remove that. Foreground objects should not collide with character internal. Make the bed frame interact with the balls. Maybe we'll do in the future. Maybe they already do, actually. Let's see if we get some better collisions now. Yeah, it's way less. Way less. Oh, beautiful. Way better. So much better. Oh my god, I'm sorry, Unity, for doubting you. Most of the time it's some wrongly set up stuff. How does it affect picking up items and stuff? Right now the collision of the items gets wait one sec, how did we solve that? Yeah, I think the collision of the items gets we ignore it between the body and the item when we pick it up. What was the fix? Checks party. When it comes to the bed, it was that the bed was actually colliding with both the outer collider of the character. Let's take a look here. So both the outer collider of the character and the internal colliders. So the outer collider, the big capsule collider you see, that one is the main collider, and it's that one that is used for the character controller and colliding with stuff in the world and things like that. These internal colliders are going to be used for inverse kinematics stuff later on. It's used for cloth simulation and yeah, just intrinsic, polished, small stuff. So if the character is colliding with the bed, we don't need to check it with all these small colliders, pretty much. Yep. Hey, what do you mean quote unquote fixed? It's a fix in my eyes. Yeah, just I thought foreground object with character internal was ticked off, but it wasn't. So yeah, now we got a much cleaner collision with the objects. Oh, look at this. Look at the apple within the frame. Because we have a compound collider, so we can actually have an apple stuck in there. Look at this. Beautiful. Beautiful. Looks so much better. What's up, KJJ? How are you doing today? Smooth indeed. Soul River, but do we know for sure that it's the fix you want it to be? Yeah, I think so. We'll notice. So I don't know how good the physics engine is to work with intrinsic, fine detailed collisions like that. But yeah. Well, let's put it this way. That's definitely true, Soul Reaver. That's definitely true. But when I designed the colliders of the character, these intrinsic colliders were only meant to work with the cloth simulation from the start, but with the option to work with more detailed stuff later down the road. So yeah. Nameless, is he based on how you look in real life? Nah, not really. Now he is, maybe. A bit more at least. Soul River, you know me, I'm here to ask annoying questions. I love annoying questions. Most of the days. Today is one of those days. I'm curious to see if he fits in that bed. He better be. Fits beautifully. Almost. And then when we get the action laid down to work, so we also play the correct animation. Let's see. So when we play this one, gonna look good, I think. Look at this shape bending here. Maybe not the best one, but good enough, right? It's good. Okay, let's see here. Tailor-made bed, hope he doesn't grow. Yeah, that's true. Nameless, did you sculpt him? I actually didn't sculpt him. I just fucking modeled him from scratch. I had some reference images I drew, but other than that I just modeled him. So like the visuals of my game do allow for pretty low poly stuff. So, and I'm not going to support for characters, I'm not going to support normal maps and stuff like that, so I don't really see the point of sculpting these simple characters, but the real reason is probably that I don't know how to sculpt, but I do know somewhat how to model. Fabic, what's up? Hello, sir. It should be fine if you use primitive colliders as compound colliders. Yes, indeed. I try to never use or rely on mesh colliders. Mesh colliders are extremely expensive to use. I don't know what the trade-off is, but like extremely expensive. Primitives, very easy calculations. Custom meshes, very hard calculations. Okay, so we have the bed in place. Let's add the mattress and the pillow and let's play around with it. It looks good though, has a nice style. Thank you, appreciate it. One sec. Okay, back. Okay, yeah, let's add a mattress and pillow. Spaghetti Code Factory, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Okay, so I want to save this one into a prefab before we continue. Bed simple. Okay, let's add this one. We need it a bit higher up, right? It depends how complex the mesh is. Well, the calculation for meshes, like when you do collision detection calculations for primitives, like primitives are described by simple mathematical functions, right? Especially spheres. For instance, if you want to check collision with a sphere, you only need to compare the distance to origo with the radius, right? That's collision with a sphere. Extremely simple. How would you do collision detection between a like mesh collider that looks like a sphere but you don't know it's a sphere? Then you need to do checks with each separate vertex pretty much, or you would have pre-calculated a convex form. Like, collision detection with primitives is math I understand. The what actually happens behind the scenes when you do collisions with mesh colliders is way over my head. That's a way like a very complicated implementation I haven't looked at all. I just know that it's inherently very, very, very expensive compared to primitives. Or I'm gonna be honest, I think I had a course at university about checking collision with convex meshes, and the math behind, I remember it as a blur. Okay. Ooh, that's a bit too bright in it. It's very bright. Extremely bright. Modding Minecraft Sing Payphone by Maroon 5 on stream. I'm gonna pass. Rigid body, 10 kilograms maybe. This continues. And we can add a box collider to this one. Nice, let's see. Will the sheet fall out if you flip it? The mattress will fall out. That's pretty much the idea. Ooh. I thought it was a nice idea to do a mattress with a little bit of a smooth edge here, but by doing that I screw up the outline. I think I would like to have an outline here actually, but the silhouette is so much nicer. The silhouette is nice, but I do want an outline here. I'm gonna see if I can do some magic with the mattress to keep this but add an outline here. That would be nice. I would like to be able to flip this one. Let's see if I can make it flip with the character. The bed do look kind of tiny, right? No. Oh wow. Thought I could get around moving. Okay, so that's maybe how I want to do it. Add pillow for it. Yeah, we're gonna do it. But for example, I use mesh convex colliders for my Go. Is the game object, and some of them have 10 of them and it works great. Oh yeah. I do agree with you. Like in some cases you might have to go with mesh colliders, so it's nice that they exist. Okay, let's bring the bed up to the top of this one and kick it down if that's possible. Oh, look at these physics. What the so beautiful. Get out. Okay, that wasn't very nice, but the other things was pretty nice. Do get a bit of a lag on this one here though. Let's take a look. Interpolate, continuous dynamic, and interpolate. So interpolate I don't know. Let's see, none. Interpolate. Yeah, interpolate. So interpolate is a nice one. So yeah, okay, nice. I wonder if actually I want to check. I do understand the interpolate one. I just want to know what the difference between these. Speculative, that one pretty much says it itself, but what's the difference between these two? I want to check that. Can they sleep if they press a button, or they can only stand on it? Right now they can only stand on the bed, but the idea is to be able to interact with it by sleeping. Definitely. Let's see here. Yeah, I just want to check collision detection, rigid body. What does the documentation say? Oh, fuck me. Collision detection discrete. Continuous. And all other colliders. Okay. So this one does it with only between this rigid bodies colliders and static colliders, or do this approach. While this one does this approach, which is better results but more computationally intensive, but it does it with this rigid bodies colliders and all other colliders, except for discrete collision detections. So if the bed and the character is continuous, they will not use this one between each other, right? Because none of them are static. But if one of them is this one, it should result in better collision, right? Mr. Duck, ooh, that might be true. Let's see here. Interpolate. Use the pose and velocity of the rigid body from previous two physics updates to calculate and apply the pose of the rigid body in the current frame. But it's... they recommend setting interpolate only for objects followed by the camera. I'm not entirely... Where did you read that? Because... let's see here. If I don't do interpolate on the bed, you're gonna get this, oops, it's gonna look a little bit laggy. Can you see it on stream, how it lags? Do you see it? Do you see the lag? But that might have to do with the camera following the object right now. But if we do interpolate it, that one is entirely gone. Yeah, it's jittery without the interpolation. There's a purple link right above what you were reading. Oh, let's see. Ah, okay. So this one. Yeah. So yeah, if you don't have interpolation, you get more jitter, and it's more apparent when it's a rigid body that is being tracked or involved in the movement of the camera. Oh yeah. You should only use interpolation or extrapolation if you see jitter in your rigid body's movement. Interpolate is set to none by default. It has a time lag of 1 physics update. Yeah. Extremely interesting. Yeah, right now we're gonna keep it to interpolate, but then again, like most of the things I do here with setting up the colliders and adding rigid bodies to these objects is mostly because I just want to have fun during development of this game. When we actually release, or in the future when the game is actually closing in on release, I'm not sure we're gonna keep much of this physics around. I just think it would suck to it's always gonna be fun to play around with physics objects, but having a bed you can turn around and stuff like that, not really relevant to the gameplay and very computational heavy. Fun to play around with though. Very fun to play around with. Love this. Love the visuals of this. Look at this. Physics is fun indeed. Let's see, initially you can set the collision values to interpolate to null, or none, yeah. And the detection to discrete, and when you detect a collision you can set it to more complex calculations. Yes, definitely. I was thinking about something similar, and I wonder why that really isn't an option by default, you know? That sounds like a very, very good thing to have that should be by default, like an option here. Like if collision hasn't happened to this object for X seconds, put it into physics idle state where it interpolate is none and collision detection is discrete, and then at first collision change it to state active and do that. Yeah, like sounds like a very handy thing to have. Okay, I do want to add the bed sheet to this one as well, or no, I mean the pillow. But before I do that, I want to, let's see, I want to see if I can possibly keep this silhouette here, so a tiny bit of curve, but still get outlines here. Or actually, I know I can do it with maybe vertex. So two approaches. I could change the mesh a tiny bit, make it non-curved here, but the silhouette will still be fucked most of the time, I think. or just do it with vertex painting, and I think that's the best solution for it. So let's see here, mattress, I don't, what did I set this one to? Let's see. Vertex paint, it looks to be around 0.3, I think. Mm-mm, 0.4. Yeah, 0.4. So I could do wow, maybe a bit harder than I initially thought. Because I do want to have here as well. How big is this one? 0. Is it easier if, oops. Oops. I want to check if this would be easier to do if I have a little bit, if I change the resolution here. So right now we have a, what is the English word for it? Even number of edges here. If we had an uneven number, it might be a little bit easier to get right. Oops. What is the shortcut for this one? Control C, Control Shift S, I think. Yeah, cursor to selected, I thought. There we go. And then selection to cursor. Okay. And now when you say Chimoon, it sounds, yeah, maybe it is. Should probably read more about the physics engine of Unity. Okay, let's see here. Control B. So this is the number we had previously. So what if I do one more resolution? Is it easy? Yeah, it's much easier. So let's try and do this then. Delete. First of all, let's take this one and do vertex paint. No, not vertex paint, vertex paint. Not weight paint, but vertex paint. 0.4. Okay. So that's going to be up and down. And then I want to select this. Like that, and then okay, something like that. No. Okay. Okay, that looks much better. Does it look a little bit weird? No, I don't think so. Maybe gonna have to do something similar to the... Ooh, might look a little bit weird with this shading here, that's for sure. Fuck me. A little bit weird here as well. Have to think about how I want to solve that problem. Yeah, it looks a little bit weird. Okay, let's get the pillow in place as well. Oh, actually. What the hell happened to this one? Oh, yeah. Gonna have a hard time with the outlines on this one as well, I think. But we'll see. Ooh, the outlines on this one is pretty good actually. Crazy how pretty the cell shading looks considering there's barely anything on screen. I do agree. Oh yeah, we want to add we have an outline here, but not here. Yeah, I need to work on that one, or do I? Yeah, I think so. I could just do 40. Doesn't look too bad. Pillow 01 prefab. What does a pillow weigh? 1 kilogram. Is the outline shader not working as expected on all meshes? It's always working as expected, I suppose. It's just that some of the meshes doesn't really conform to the best way of calculating the outlines. So, for instance, in this case, it was the normals. So outlines will only appear where there's a big difference between the normals. Or that's one of the way they can appear. So it depends a little bit of how you have modeled the model in question. So for instance, if we take the pillow example again, on this side there seems to be a big enough difference between the bottom of the pillow and the top of the pillow for it to be an outline. On this side however, there was not. And it's also with the import of the model in question. Right now I do calculate the normals in Unity, which means that smoothing angle, you have everything above this angle will not be smoothed out, so you will have a hard edge pretty much, and everything below will be smoothed out. So if we have 60 for instance, the pillow, let's see if I can make So if we have 60, for instance, we get an outline here, and that's probably because the difference in the angle between the normals of this side and this side is bigger than 60 degrees, but here it's less than 60 degrees, so we get a smooth here, which means that we won't get an outline. And we can sheet it by using vertex paint, but then you get a mismatch between the outline and the cell shading. So that's not the best course of action. The best course is probably to just alter the model a tiny bit so that the normals are the decisive part of the outline. Or change the model in such a way that the outlines are created based on normals instead of vertex paint. Yeah. So what's the best solution? Designing meshes around it or rewriting the outline? I've rewritten the outline a few times and I'm probably gonna extend it even more. But right now it depends on, so like I know exactly how it works and I have full control over it. So in my case, it's probably a mix between both of them. But for one that would not have any insight into it, they're gonna have to design their models around the outliner to make them appear even better. Make the outliner and the model work together instead of against each other. If that makes sense. For this one I might as well go with a box collider, I think. Something like this. Who cares? And I want to do, so this is Pillow 01 prefab. Let's put it original prefab and collection. What the hell? Okay. Collection. Bed. Mattress. Oh, what the fuck? I don't know. Ooh, one thing I didn't think about here. I can't add this one. Or actually, I might be able to. Let's see how it works. Okay, it works. Nice. Okay, looks pretty good. Bed simple with mattress and pillow. Yeah, I suppose. Okay, pretty nice to have a bed in place. And it has some improvability, that's for sure. Okay, what do we have on the time? Yeah, unfortunately that's going to be it for this stream. But I think it was nice. So in the beginning of next week, hopefully on Monday, I will implement the lay down or /sleep action, make that interaction work. And after that, I'm thinking about implementing the inventory system, which includes adding a action interaction collect or something of that sort. It involves modeling a bag as well, and a few other things. So yes, a nice bed and some small UI improvements today. That's nice. I just want to say thank you so much for watching, and hopefully I will see you next week, and have a great weekend. Peace out.